Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. How is everyone? Good morning, Myth. Good morning, Paul, Osif, Sunny, Jeff, Flake, Sonia. Who else do we got? Who else do we got? That Echo. I know I saw you. Good morning, guys. We got, oh, the stops got ran. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, stops were ran. That's what we were looking for. I hope you guys saw a reaction there, hopefully. I don't know, I didn't see it. Was it good or no? Let me change my stuff. All right, should be good now. Okay, guys. Myth, did you end up? Yeah, you were short, so you were out already. You did good. Sonia, did you end up doing well? You were long on that. Did that do well for you? You got along too, Myth. Very good, very good. Very good, Myth. Win is a win. Well done. Okay, yeah, she got it. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Now that you replied. Yeah. Good job, guys. Good job. I'm not looking for either. I love that those stops are ran. What I was looking for, guys, and we'll go over the trade earlier. Jeff, if you're here, hopefully he's here. I'll wait for him to say something. But what I was looking for when we looked at this side right here, was I was looking for, since we closed below here. Now, I know I was on the hour, and everybody was probably a bit confused. I was on the hour, but I was watching the clock. So I watched the build-up. That's why I had the white line there. And, of course, all my TA's gone now, but that's why I had the white line here. That was where the 30-minute closed. So I knew that the 30-minute had closed with no bottom wick. So I was on the hour, you know, watching the 30, right? On the hour chart. I know this doesn't make sense to people, but that's how it was when we were looking for the top wick up. We wanted to come up and grab these stops right up here. And it went up and tapped it, but never actually grabbed them. That's why I didn't like the move down. So I had the P&L over here. And for everybody, guys, always here. All right, Jeff, I'll go over that here in a minute. And for you guys, Myth, you know, for everybody, I try to put these P&Ls on here. So, like, if I was considering, hey, we may take a long next, then I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it over here and I'm going to kind of draw it up. I would take it. You know what I mean? And the reason for that is because after this, right? After I do all these things, now I have to do this number. Ninja Trader's not even. And then I have to actually drop my pin. So I got to right click and I got to drop my pin where my entry is. Right? And then it's got to hit, and then I manage it, and I try to, on top of all that, you know, as soon as this is entered, then I obviously try to pull this through and hit the entry with it. You know, obviously none of this makes sense for an entry here, but you understand what I'm saying. So I'm trying to manage all this so that, number one, you guys can see this and see what the idea of the trade is. And number two, so that you can see my actual entry on Ninja Trader. Because, you know, when you're live, you guys, and I know none of you guys have the issues because you guys are here every day and you see what I do. But a lot of the people, when they're new or just show up or whatever, I draw a trade up like that, right? And if I was just to stay on this screen and not, you know, minimize and go over here and actually show my live position, people will start saying that I'm not actually taking the trades and that I'm not, or I'm taking you know, penny lots or something or another. I don't know. You get all kinds of stuff, right? So I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. But with that being said, I'll be honest with you. I've tried to change this, and this is on the same screen, and I realize you guys can't see this, but when I minimize it like this, right, this is on the same 32-inch screen as this is. Okay, so my Ninja Trader, to you guys, it looks like it's side by side right now, which it is, until I click on my Ninja Trader. And now for you guys, it looks like it's side by side now. However, my Ninja Trader is actually full screen. I can't minimize it because if I minimize it, it'll go away. So I've got to go back down to the bottom of my toolbar and pull my trading view back up. So essentially, my trading view will minimize because I've got a full screen for this, for Ninja Trader for you guys, so that if I do this number, you guys can see the full screen of the Ninja Trader because we've been over this a few times. So that is where some of it kind of makes it a little slow for me, because whenever I do place an order, I lose the trading view screen. So I try my best to make sure that trading view is showing exactly what you guys need to see. And then, you know, with a, you know, trade setup, and then go over to Ninja Trader and drop the pin. So that's what I try to do. Game isn't that easy. Yes. Yes, it's super easy. G-Flock A, if you are consistent, that's it. I don't care if you're making 1 penny and you're consistently making it, then it's that easy. That's all there is to it. So when Sonia says that she made $7, that's all she's got to do. If she makes $7 consistently, 700's easy. I just had a talk with one of the people that I just, you know, that I've been teaching, working with over the last year and a half, and me and him had this exact conversation. He's going to quit his job and go full-time now because he's finally got the knack down, right? And his questions were just the same, because now he's consistently profitable, but not at a high rate, right? Like, let me rephrase that. He's consistently profitable, but not big profits, right? And the reason that he doesn't have big profits is because obviously he hasn't moved his size up yet, or multiple accounts. He's just got, I think, maybe an account or two, right? And that's where the game changes. It's easy once you're consistent. Once you're consistent, you know, making whatever you feel like making a day just takes time. So that's it. It's the hard part's over. So if Sonia's making $7, you know, let's just say $7 a trade, and it doesn't matter how many times she trades. I'm not going to tell anybody how many times they should or shouldn't trade. Not going to get into that, because I don't think there's any truth to how many times you should or shouldn't trade. I think that's personal preference and exactly what works for you. But regardless, even if Sonia makes $7 on a trade and only takes 1 trade a day, and that's it, there's nothing wrong with that. What do you want to make a week? She can make that, right? Will it take time? It depends. You know, it depends on if you're trying to build up an account. It depends on if you're just going to add more funded accounts. It doesn't matter, but she can get to whatever price point she wants if she can consistently make $7. There's nothing to it. You know what I mean? It's super easy. You want to make 700? Well, all you got to do is up your units by 10, or up your accounts by 10 if you don't want to, you know, up risk that way, which normally isn't something you can do. You know, up and risk normally isn't something you can do. However, if you're making $7 on, say, you know, a micro on a funded account on a 50K, well, now you can run 10 50Ks on a copy trader, and you're doing the same thing, right? So it's just all in what you prefer. But either way, super easy once you are consistent. So that's the main goal. Let's look at what we're looking at. Oh, Jeff, we want to go over that trade. Now, the reason that it was scary, we were talking about the top wick, was this right here, Jeff. So we got a close below, expected for a wick up, which we got, a flip of the candle, which we got to drive down for 20 ticks. There was the reason that I said that it was risky, right here, because you always have that idea that you can come back up and put a top wick on this candle. See? So that was the candle I was concerned about when entering on this one. Okay. So stop loss was a bit of a problem because you essentially probably needed to put it in a place that would give you area for a top wick there, which is super, super, super scary. Okay. All right. Let's see. What do we got? Yep. It's simple and easy once you're consistent. What are you talking about? That's live. You might make $7 consistently and lose $10 consistently. You're gonna go very well fast. Fair? Fair, Jeff? Yeah. If that's if that's the way, then yeah. That's not good. You got to consistently profit set amount, not just make it and then lose more than that. You got to consistently profit a fair amount, right? Here we go for the move down, guys. There is nowhere to get involved there. If somebody's short, perfect. Make sure you manage it. This was essentially the move that we expected out of whatever candle this was. What was it? That's the 830. Yeah, we were hoping for that move. We want it to go up, wick the stops like it did now, and then come down, break these lows, and come back down. But it didn't actually get the stop. So when it went up there was no reaction, right? It went up and it kind of hit it like a tick into the stops. Something around there, and there was no reaction. What we were looking for was this reaction here to where it came up. So this is, all right, what do we got? A lot of people don't share their losses, so it can be hard. That's why you should always, pay attention to people trading live and things of that nature. Because that's always going to be an issue, Jeff. No. Yeah. Having a positive mindset's a good thing. You should always try to stay as positive as you can. Yep. Sounds a lot like limiting losses. No, you should always be positive, Chief Locke. You should always be positive, thinking that you're going to accomplish this goal, you're going to do it, but be aware that the risks that you take with each goal that you take on, right? But you should still always be positive that it's something you can't accomplish, because unfortunately, it's a cop-out to say that everything's too hard. That keeps a lot of people from trying. A lot of people say this is hard, that's hard, this is hard, that's hard. I got to tell you right now, and I'll give you my good morning, Paul, over on Rumble. I'll give you my thoughts on this. All right, Chief Locke, and you can take it. You can take it for what it's worth, right? Here's my opinion. My opinion is, and Sonny, you're going to love this one just as much with the conversations that we had last night, but my opinion is everybody has a mind. Yes, everybody has a brain. Let's put it that way. Everybody has a brain, right? So my opinion is our brains are similar that to a, maybe a computer mainframe, if you will, if you want to look at it like that, right? And in my opinion, if someone can do something, as can anyone else, right? So that's how I take on every challenge. If person A, B, or C can do this, then there's absolutely no reason why I cannot as well. Why? Because our brains are the only thing that, controls what it is that we do or we don't. Now, maybe we don't, maybe, you know, as we're sitting here, we don't know, like say me, I don't know what the proper input keys are to open said task, right? Somebody else does. However, that doesn't mean that it won't do it. When we sit here and we sit here in front of these computers, right? Just take this for instance. There's guys out there that can do all kinds of stuff on a computer, but yet you can't. That doesn't necessarily mean that, I mean, that means that the computer does it, right? So regardless, we have the same operating system, just sitting on a different version of it. Yeah, I guess. I mean, for me, just because you can't do something on a computer, and I mean, I don't know what I'm referencing to, but say somebody's a hacker, right? And I mean, I hate to look at it in that sense, but that's a lot of people don't know how to hack. You can't say, okay, well, I can't hack because my computer, or so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Anybody could. You just don't know the proper keystrokes to do said thing. But that doesn't mean that you can't learn, and that doesn't mean that you can't do it. It just means that you've limited yourself to not do said task, right? So I always think of it the same way. I understand where G Flocke is coming from. In my opinion, it's not getting the hopes built up high, but remain positive enough to keep yourself motivated and working towards your goal. It's easier to understand the older you get. Yeah, that's true. You just always got to know that you can do it. I hate it when we have people, and a lot of you young people, and again, I'm not pushing this at you, G Flocke. I'm just saying, a lot of the young people say, oh, well, I just can't do it. And it never makes any sense to me. Yes, you can do it. Now, do you want to put in the work and effort to do it? Now, that's completely up to you. But there's no such thing as you can't do it. I'm an old part and I'm learning. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing. That so many people are like, well, I just can't. I can't. I mean, you guys don't know how many people that, you know, I have in my DMs, and I'm talking about, okay, well, we could do this, you could do that. Well, I'm never going to be profitable. I just can't do it. Come on, man. You can do it. I mean, if anybody wants to do it, they can do it. Is it easy? No. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this is some easy thing. I'm not going to be like all the rest of the YouTubers and tell you that here, buy my course, and in a month you're going to be driving around your Lambo and living in your mansion and flying your private jet. That's utter bullshit, guys. And I'm not going to sell you a course either. If anybody approaches you saying that they're me trying to sell you a course, believe it ain't me. I've got there's so many people trying to impersonate me, guys. Please, nobody fall for any of that. If I'm asking for money, it's not me. I would never ask anybody for any kind of money. There is no secret trading strategy. There's no, company that I'm with that, some kind of big prop firm that's copy trading that you're allowed to, sign up with if you give me this money. None of that stuff, guys. I don't do anything. This is what I do right here, and I never ask for money. I've heard so many stories about these scammers that are trying to scam people into giving them money for this, that, the other. I've got no secret groups, no secret prop firms, no secret nothing, guys. It's just right here, trading. I really wish this thing wouldn't have played out like this, because that's exactly the short we were looking for. Anyway. All right. That's about it, guys. It is what it is. This was right. We wanted a wick here and a close below. Then a wick back up. Timing just didn't work correctly. Myth, did you get that short, though? You said something about looking for a short. Hopefully you got it. It's a super good trade, Myth. But I just told the wife when I was out walking, we were out walking, and I was like, I said if we could just get a close below with a nice top wick, it's after sweeping that, we should go down, but I disappear and never come back. I'm reality part 2 selling his courses. There you go. It's not easy. Literally 5 minutes ago, it's very easy. Consistent. Once you're consistent, it's very easy. Jeff, is that what you're asking me? Once you're consistent, it's very easy to make whatever kind of money you want. And that's what we were talking about when we were talking about Sonia. Getting consistent is not easy. That's where the work comes in at. But once you're consistent, there is nothing. The sky's the limit for how much money you make. What do you want to make? You know what I mean? And that just takes time to put yourself in a position to make whatever you want. I was joking, I know. Okay. I was just trying to be clear. Sometimes I say stuff and people do get confused, and it's, I think maybe I present stuff maybe not the greatest sometimes, right? I want to make about $10. So there you go. $10 should be doable. Yeah, $10 should be, and like I said, it's just a point of consistently making set amount of money, right? And then you just put it up from there. So just for instance, you know, you say you want to make $10 and you start by making $1. Not trying to be funny, but you start by making $10 a minute. You start by making $1. If you can consistently make a $1, you can easily make $10, which then you can easily make $100, which then you can easily make $1,000. It's just compounding at that point. And that's what people don't get. And I mean, with the funded accounts, it makes it so easy today to do exactly that. Why? Because you can make X money, say $10 on one account, and then continue to either add contracts, which is all right if you have enough room, right? You still got to pay attention to your risk. You got to manage risk regardless, or add more accounts and just run a copy trader. So now you take one trade and it copies it, you know, times multiple accounts. So, and that's really where they're so much better. Yeah, I played some poker last night, guys. Played poker between, I don't know, maybe it was like 6 o'clock and 8, something like that. Played a couple hours, did pretty good. Make any money if we don't focus on the chart. Yeah, I know. Everybody. News at 9:45, yeah. So 9:30 is going to be the open. We should get a push with the open. And then 9:45 is news. Blockade. Money, why? There you go. I'll ping you. Of course, nobody else will be able to see it on YouTube. That's going on your course selling thing. Don't know if he's here. Paul may be somewhere right now. Either way.
All right, I'm in the middle of a trade here. I'm kind of.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Split. I just have a quick scalp here. I like the way that flipped, and I'm at break even now. So
Yep. Absolutely, Sonny. Absolutely. Yep. I remember Drew. Yeah. Yeah, Paul. Good luck. Good luck. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, on the 30 could.
It's okay. Stopped out on profit. Happy days.
Beautiful, beautiful. Funny
Nice
area
and
right
quick.
here, guys. Because we're playing. You could take this as a flip and take the run back down on the 30. But the problem is with it, you'll be ignoring the hour because we still hadn't closed yet. Completely up to you guys. A little risky. Again, I'm just calling it out, guys, not telling you what it is. It will look like this if you were looking at it, wherever this top wick goes. And then, of course, we're looking to run the price back down like we've been looking for all day. And your entry will be right here at this flip. So it's not entry yet, but your entry will be here. The problem for me is the fact that our hour has not actually closed here. And with this big move up, I'm a little concerned jumping in mid-hour, hoping to flip, come back down and break these lows. You see what I'm saying? But that is a draw up for anybody who is paying attention. Okay, I keep on hearing beep, 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 so it must be a ton of messages coming through. All right. Okay. Okay. But you're right, Sonny, exactly. And I mean, that's the whole thing. You just compound. You start with a little money and you compound, compound, compound. That's the whole thing, you know? That's where trading gets easy. Is once you're consistent and can just compound. Stop could get too big here. Just the same too. Again, it depends on you and your stop rules, but for me it's right about the highs is where it is there. Not as much of a stop as I'd like to endure, and I bet it pops up just a little bit. Get the shorts out that came in here. Good hold too. I mean, there's no reason it's not going up. The difference between, you know, the way I like to see the entries and how a lot of other people look at it is they may have shorted, you know, here or whatever. And then if it continues to go up, you know, you take the stop. For me, it has to break here first, right? So wasn't paying attention, but TRH long is playing out. Oh, I wasn't paying attention either. I don't watch them as much as I should. I try to draw them up as much as I can, that echo, but I always, oh, sure enough. Yeah, and there's another one of those things. It never did close above for me, but yeah, should come up and hit this. Very good call, that echo. That closure above definitely makes it nice for that move up too. Yep. I really want to see this hour close. We've got news at 9:45 too. This candle could always flip, guys. I mean, that's the whole problem with going down to the 30. A lot of times I'll run off the 30, but the problem is we've had such an aggressive move up that this could have just been a pullback to stop the longs before making a move up. And 30 doesn't necessarily have to put in a bottom wick here, and the hour's fine. See what I'm saying? You could even go to the 4 hour. What do you look at? I mean, everything is great on those time frames. So trying to get in on that's kind of tough, because essentially what we've had now right? As you look at this, as we had a close above on the hour, came up, put a bit of a top wick just to grab stops. Not much of a top wick here. Now it's came down, it's put a bottom wick. She could still flip and go up at this point. It's super tough area. Not saying this can't flip and drive down, but you see what I'm saying. I mean, if so, this was just a fake out to grab the stops, which is what we wanted, but I would like to see closures below. I didn't want this close above. That close above was a whole nother thing. That's not what I was looking for. So I don't think we can even consider that. No, I'm not looking at a fake out there either, really. I mean, I'm not saying it's not. It's just not something I'm looking for in that area. So, but yeah. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful, Paul. Thank you for dropping that. And Paul is my guy over there on Rumble. He is good.
No worries. People are missing out vital information here. And there's our 48 pick POC hit on the reality hack on the 5 minute.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Stunning.
There's the flip of that candle too.
Yeah.
Very nice. I'm glad you guys pay attention to those. That's one thing I'm not good at paying attention to is the reality hack. I wish I paid attention to it more because I feel like there's probably a lot more opportunities on stream, guys, for the reality hack, and I miss most of them. It's hard to stay on top of that with everything else, I'll be honest with you. But very nice. I'm glad that you guys are catching them, you know what I mean? Jeez. Nasdaq's dumping with Dixie.
I normally draw them all the time, so I will post up any ones that are look like they're going to do something.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, that'd be great. I would love that because, like I said, I think people would take advantage of them a lot more. It's hard for me to draw them up all the time. I'm going to be honest with you. I've only got so much screen real estate and trying to keep it, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Have a little zero experience. How do you have no experience? Price is doing funky stuff. Well, we've been saying that since this morning. $45 after, I believe, is the next is the actual red folder news that we have, Chief Blockade. Hey. Why are you saying that? Well. minutes till news, guys. Anybody who is in a position, make sure to secure, you know, either take profit, put your stop into profit, secure it some way. And I mean, even if you put your stop into profit, I'll be honest with you, you could get slipped. I don't know how big this news is going to be, but we got news at 9:45 and 10:30. Red folder both, right? So just be aware, guys. Top work there. Dixie is dumping, Sonny. What is going on? There's always going to be distractions, Sheep Lucky. One minute. Which way are you going to full port, Chief Lucky? Long or short? Yeah, well, being stronger than distractions, maybe not so much, right? But all you got to do is make sure that you can still do what you need to with the distractions. Yes, no. Yes, no. No. Are you longing or shorting? 13 seconds. Tell me, G-Flock, quick. I think it's going to pump up and then fall apart. That's my thought. We're going to get a push up, and then it's going to short down. Oop, we got to push down. See, I'm already not right. No, there was no level to actually trade. It's the problem. There's nothing to do with this thing. Oh, Russia style. Oh, good luck. Full port to the right. Yeah. If there's any way that we could say to the right. I remember this thing I used to do. Paul, maybe you remember. Man, Poor's not here. I don't know if he'd remember, but I got it from, and I don't remember what it was called. I got it from JV, and it was some kind of site where you went to and you put money on whether the price was going to go up or down of an asset in said time. Not JWD, JV, Jonathan Valdez. JWD. I never learned anything from JWD. What's wrong with you? Oh my jeez. Yeah, Jonathan Valdez, and he had this website, and you'd go there and you could do like Bitcoin or whatever. it was just the craziest thing ever. But that's what you need at times of news if you want to, you know, wager that it's going to go one way or the other. Because you only have to do it for so long. Like you can put a however much you want to put on it that it's going to go up, and the price is going to be higher in like 2 minutes than it is right now, or higher in 5 minutes than it is right now, or whatever. And that's how you do it. It's the craziest thing ever. But he said he used to make money doing that, but we all know the Valdez was a gambler. He was a gambler. News is hilarious. Price just moves on the second. No time to even see and digest the news. Yeah, I know. I looked at Bookmap before the news. There wasn't any orders below. Just above the current price, yeah. No. Bookmap is not shit. You got me cussing on stream now. It's not. It's just like anything else. Like order flow. It's just like anything else. Yep. Yo, order flow, anything. It's just like everything. Everything is useful if you use it the way you want to use it. You want to see Bookmap? There you go. There you go. There's Bookmap. What do you think?
Looks like all of the orders are up above.
Here.
That would lead to the theory of us having a reversal.
Yep. This is Nasdaq, so it's a little different, but yeah.
Well, a second, these dogs are going mad, and I'm 24 bucks up on a trade. Back in a second.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. So that's what Bookmap looks like currently, guys. All right, back to it. And Bookmap hasn't been as the biggest problem that we have with Bookmap. Number one is there's no gold, but I tried to watch the live feed on gold. As I'm sure, you know, most of you have, and I haven't really seen anything that is a precursor on gold. Nasdaq actually looks a lot better on Bookmap, in my opinion, than gold does. I think if you were a Nasdaq trader, then you'd have a lot more luck using Bookmap. Maybe I don't understand it as much as I should, per se, but it just doesn't seem like there's a lot on gold to where, but you got to understand, you know, the movement of Nasdaq in comparison to gold too. So obviously it's a lot more useful on Nasdaq, in my opinion, but can we switch to 30-minute? Yeah, here. There you go. What are you trying to see? Does it even work? What? What are you talking about, Chief Block A? Yep, Paul. On NQ, it seems to work really well. I tried to watch one, and again, obviously, I don't get a look at Bookmap on gold, you know, except on live, because it's not included, which doesn't make any sense to me, but it's neither here nor there. Whatever. You have to pay extra money for Comax, but irregardless, I watched it after, after a stream, a few days on the gold, just a live stream that, they have on YouTube, because obviously you can do it that way. You can just watch the live feed that they have, and it just didn't show much, but what? That actually order block is below the order block. Yeah. What do you mean, G-Block? Yeah, it does. On the depth of market, it shows it over on the right side of. Order block, big amount of orders accumulated in a tight area. But you said that the order block was actually above the order block or something. I don't know. The way you worded it, I didn't understand what you were saying, Chief Block A, but I don't know. No? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what you meant. You added Paul and you said that actually order block is below the order block. I was trying to figure out what you were trying to say in that statement, that's all.
I think he was looking at the gold or that Nasdaq chart that's current, and me and you were talking about the last time. I think that's where the confusion's coming on.
Gotcha. I'm so confused. That's all.
Because that's that time that you called that short on the Nasdaq reality, you just started using Bookmap, and you were telling us, watch now what happens when you come up to this orange part. See, that's the bit that I remember. That's why I was saying that this would be very good for Nasdaq. That's where the confusion is, I think.
Yep. Gotcha. I'm a lunatic. Okay. There is no confusion. I'm joking. Oh, okay. Either way, I was just curious. But there is depth of market too, Chief Locke, that you asked about. There's depth of market on the other side. Well, you should be able to see that as I got this pulled up. You got your orders right here. See it? Right over on the right hand side. There. Says all your orders, how many are in each spot. I don't know how well you can see it on the screen because they're pretty small, but got more news in 35 minutes too, guys. I do have to agree with that echo. The news has been somewhat funny the way that it reacts. Just news drops and bang, and that's it. There's just real quick little blip, and then we're done. Hopefully 10:30 will prove to be a little better. I don't know. Hold on, I gotta look. I can't see it on the thing. This is in the mental ward. Oh. Cats are cute. Oh, man. This isn't going to go well. Stocks and Landon, and Stocks is already upset about the news. I guess he must not have knew the news, and he got killed on a stop loss. And now Landon's kind of getting on him in trading chat. I think that oh my geez, you hear, Sonny?
Per stocks, I know that feeling of the anger.
Yeah,
that's the best thing you can do is walk away. Walk away.
Yep. The biggest problem that people have is everybody loves to get involved when people are trying to vent, and I hate that. I wish people wouldn't do it. And I'm not trying to, you know, talk bad on Landon or whatever, but it's just human nature, guys. You should know what somebody's feeling like right now. Stocks is down. He's angry. I mean, obviously, it was bad. But, and, you know, poking and prying at somebody that's already pissed isn't going to help any. So, I don't know why we...
Absolutely.
Fortunately, I see these things happen a lot. I try to keep my mouth shut, but, you know, I hate that the stuff goes on just at the same time. So...
I've walked away a few times myself. Reality, as you know, a couple of silly moves, lost a trade here or there. It does happen, and yeah, fortunately, everybody that I've been engaging with understands. It's kind of like, yeah, I feel for you, man. It's what you do with a fellow trader.
Yep, I'll let you get involved. I'll let you all get involved. I won't say nothing. The problem is I don't want to feel like I always worry about getting involved in these little things because I sure don't want anybody thinking that I'm trying to take sides or anything else. I'm not trying to upset anybody, but at the same time, sometimes people have to think about how others feel just the same. You know?
Absolutely, man.
Landon. Sometimes. Like I said, I don't want to get involved, but... And he can be angry. That's the whole thing. It doesn't matter if he's angry. It doesn't matter if he's angry. No. I mean, things... Yeah. Doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, Landon. Anyway, guys. That will play? No, not yet. Interesting.
Those pins in that 1 hour candle are absolutely horrible.
Yep.
Is there anything that we can do with this? Because it looks like the range has been well and truly established. Do you reckon that we could go on beyond this? Was this news?
Yeah.
It's very hard to say, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the reason is because here we were, right? If you want to look at it, and again, if we want to talk about office buildings, apartment buildings, whatever, here was the range.
Yeah.
G-Flock wanted to say that the range was where we were here. That's not how I look at it, but if you want to put it that way, it can. Doesn't really matter. But here's what I'm looking at, right? Here's And we'll just call this first floor, even though it's not. We'll call it first floor for right now. That was first floor. Second floor. Right. Now we're up on the third floor. So, and this is essentially where we are. Yep. And this is essentially where we are currently. So she came up, broke the high, came back down and tested. That's why we wanted to close below here rather than to close above, because close above, it's going to come back down and bang through here, right? So here's currently where we are, unless we build a internal range right here, just current price action range, you know, current market structure, however you want to look at it. But as of right now, this is what we look at. So we were here, we came out, broke above, tested the floor, came back out, broke above again, and should be on our way to test up here. You know, that's essentially what our next mission should be, because we've essentially, this was kind of a crazy move, but this was just to stop out everybody that tried to get long here. You know, they want to make sure that they actually got it, because a lot of people are looking at this as your order block, and I'll make this a little darker color, but here's what they're looking at with it, right? So that's where they're really paying attention here. So rather than just this line here at the top, they're paying attention to this whole area here. So when it broke below, that grabbed their stops to move back up. See what I'm saying? And that was the same exact thing we were looking up here at the top, but they're bang up. So this is how my mind just sees this stuff. Is this easy for everybody else to understand it, seeing it this way? Maybe not, but for me, this is what I see just looking at it without having to draw anything. And that's why I try to draw it, so that you guys can see it. Does it make it easier seeing it? I hope. You know, that's what my dreams are, is that when you guys see it. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking for, so that you guys can kind of see what I'm looking at. And I try to compare it to, you know, an apartment complex or office buildings or whatever you want to say. And, you know, if we make a big move now through here, let's just say news hits, and instead of, you know, coming back and testing this, you know, the next candle goes like this. Not saying this is going to happen by any means, guys, because nobody knows this is going to happen. But instead of coming back, we do one of these numbers and we just, you know, continue to run. Well, you got to be super careful at that point about grabbing along. And the reason being, because we never tested this level for your structure to continue on. You know what I mean? You got to test there. But if it continues to run up and never really tests, just breaks above and just starts running, that's where people start FOMOing in. And they'll FOMO into these longs. And what they'll do is they'll let them build into all those longs. And then you'll see a atrocious candle that's ugly as all get out that does this number right here and just completely crushes everybody that's trying to trade it. This just big candle that just kills them all. You'll see that come in and just completely wipe them all out. So that's why you got to be careful of it. And when you're looking at that, that's, you know, that goes back all to, you know, reversion to the mean, vector candles. These will be vector candles moving up this way. You know, there's a lot of theories that come in there. But the problem with these assets are they can run with vector candles, right, with volume. They can run away from the mean with no problem. What people aren't looking for, and this is what we were never taught, right? When we were taught all these strategies, we were never taught that if it comes up like this, there's a difference between this, right, and this. We were never taught there was a difference. And that's where the problem comes in at.
Yes.
So price is at the exact same level. But, and these could be vectors on the way up. But the problem is that's two very different market structures. That's very different in the way that it's built. This one, more than likely, is going to continue to the top side and continue to come back, continue to go on. And that's why these assets kill us when we look at it, because we don't see the difference, you know, from what we were taught in tactical analysis and all them things. We don't see the difference between this and this. And To us, this is just all overextension. The problem is it's not overextension if you had proper structure on the way up. And these are the things that were never took into consideration when people were teaching us, you know what I mean? When we were learning about vector candles and reversion to the mean, they never said anything about that. They never said, oh, well, this is a perfectly good, you know, and I call it market structure, right? But it's all on how you look at that too. But you're looking for good structure to move up. And again, you go this way. Okay, so you're still good at this point. Yep. There's a big difference between that and, again, something that looks like this. So you say the same price point here. We make this move up and we do this number. There's a big difference here. You know what I mean? And this is why I always try to say, what are we looking for? Clean range. You know, and if you can see this as candles, you can well understand that this is the clean range that we're looking for. This whole move here was clean. You know what I mean? The whole way up, this was clean range. So when we fall apart up here, we should be able to recover that pretty quickly. It shouldn't be too hard. And when we learned from, you know, TJ and all them guys, they didn't add this into the equation. They just said, well, if you got all the way up here, you should easily be able to come all the way back down. But they never said, unless you build like this. And that's the difference when you're looking at it from a market structure type, you know, outlook, if you will. And everybody calls market structure something different too. You know, they'll say, oh, well, market structure is just higher highs, higher lows, whatever you want to say, right? For me, market structure is truly about structure. It's the way that it builds. It's not necessarily a higher low. You know, and people say, oh, market structure, price action, whatever. People say, well, what's price action? To me, price action is building candles. I've been over this with you guys a million times. How's it pump up? Where'd the wick come from? How did it build this candle? And other people, again, higher highs, higher lows, that's price action. Break a structure's price action. Change a character, you know, like when you're talking about SMC, stuff like that. When I'm talking about price action, I'm actually talking about how the candle itself is building. So I hope that everybody understands that when I use these terms, I'm using them maybe in a different way than, you know, most do. So I don't want to confuse everybody with how everybody else uses them, right? All right, what all do we got said here? Sorry, I was on the chart. I think that was important. Hopefully. But yeah, that's just one of those things. Hopefully nobody's confused. I figured we got this time before the news drops, so make sure you are secured in your positions and at least have your stops into profit or something to secure them. And that was essentially where your hit was. We were talking about this, Sonny. What were we talking about this? I don't think he's here. Sonny, where are you? We were talking about this exact price point here yesterday, I believe. This 29.9. What were we talking about? Forget now. Yeah, but he's not at, I don't think he's at the computer. Because he hadn't heard me. Last couple times I've I talked to him there. Office building, yeah. It's just an easy way to look at it. So.
Yeah.
For me, anyways. Like I said, not saying it's an easy way for everybody to look at it. It's just how I wrap my head around it, and I'm hoping that it helps you guys to where you can wrap your head around it, you know. Easy as well.
Well, the way you just explained that actually makes a lot of sense, because I've kept in the boxes and I can see now very clearly with my own eyes what you're talking about. It really does help explain the structure and coming back to test. G Floppy says it's all about the ranges. It's just picking the right range to go with. That's the skill. But yeah, these boxes make it a lot simpler.
Yep.
We also have previous market structure just right at the very edge of that box as well. So this makes it more interesting.
Yep, we are in a funny area. I will tell you that. It's just kind of one of those things. We can easily, we've got no top wick on this candle here. And no, that one's already, I think there's another one. I think it's that one right there. So we've got some wickless candles on the move back up. Of course, we had this one before it was filled now, and it's super clean range back up. That's not saying we're going to go there now. I mean, there's no reason to believe we're going to, but at the same time, just be aware that we can, and that's, you know, that's the whole thing.
There's an actual lot of wickless candles reality on this chart.
Yep.
I'm going to post up a image here now just for everybody to see. My God, I haven't seen this many in a long time.
Yep. That was from that. That was that aggressive move down that we got the end of last week. Remember, that was that Friday move. So, and it was super aggressive. Like, I think that a lot of that had to do with Trump speaking and everything else. But man, it was an aggressive move. Through the ceiling. We didn't break through the ceiling. Not current anyway. Maybe you're talking about the last one. Last one, okay. Yeah. Super hard. Again. Yeah.
Would there be a lot of stop losses up in that clean sweep right back up again? Or where would the stop losses be in relation to that? Surely people would have taken profit now at like 500 pips. So there wouldn't really be that many stop losses up in this area. Are the recovery of those wickless candles? I would
assume that you'll have a handful of people. If you go down to like your 5 minute, you'll have a handful of people that possibly were taking, you know, profit down in this area right here, because you're right back into last structure. You know what I mean, from your shorts. But there's going to be others that are going to be holding it for much longer than that. Because as you know, if they entered, well, we can go back to the 5 minute, and if they entered, and some will be re-entering on the 5 here, but if they entered somewhere down in this general vicinity here. So they would have entered, you know, maybe here, maybe in this vicinity, let's just say. And so far they've gotten 53 ticks for a stop loss of, you know, about 1R, you know what I mean, is where you're at. So any RR trader wasn't going to be probably super happy with that. They may have got 1R so far, you know what I mean. So there still could be some holders here. Not saying there definitely are, but there still could be. I would expect they are hoping for it to get back down into this structure here to give them a nice 2-3R for the move down, you know. So there could be there still could be stop losses above is, I guess, what I'm getting at with all that. And longs are tough here because a lot of your traders would have traded this breakout. They would have traded the supply flip demand. They would have took this up. The problem was that probably killed most of them. So do they re-long here? You know, that's a tough one because, whoops. They could have possibly tried to get involved right in this general vicinity. You know what I mean? When this came down and tried to long it back up. Hard to tell there. Thinking that was just a pullback. I mean, so
yep.
Would have got involved there after taking the stop here. I mean, that one's a little tough right now. This area is kind of tough, honestly.
Yeah.
Only because we made such big candles and essentially filled the range the whole time. So, essentially been, you know, filled and pulled back below and above a couple times here to kind of, you know, it's a very tricky area that they're trying to trade and probably, you know, achieving some and getting stopped out others. So,
yeah.
Minutes for news, guys. Make sure you secure whatever you've got there. No more news today. Yeah, news at 10:30. You not look at the news when it's dropped? I looked at it this morning when it was dropped, G-Block, eh? 10:30, there's more news. Red folder. I'll tell you what it is. Let me go all the way to the top of the chat real fast. 10:30 is BOC press conference. Hi. Red folder. Will we get much reaction? I don't know, but there is news regardless. Goes. Speaking of that, all you guys or any of you guys that trade Power Hour, yes, red folder. Oh, I know you've been paying attention to that. You're trading Nasdaq, Power Hour. Make sure, and I don't know how to look for it. I don't trade after 4, so it's never an issue for me. But if you are in a trade after 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. NY time, make sure that you check for earnings. Because I don't know if you saw the chart yesterday. I watched it. Obviously didn't trade it. But if earnings come out, Nasdaq can get super, super crazy. If you go back and you look at, you know, when 4 o'clock hit yesterday and look until like 4 to, I don't know, 4:15, 4:25, something or other, right? You'll see how crazy the candles were. And this happens on earning days. I don't know if there was earnings yesterday. I don't keep up on it because I don't trade it, but the candles move crazy. I'm going to assume there were. So make sure you're careful of that because when those earnings drop, Nasdaq will go twice as crazy as it normally is. So just don't want nobody getting hurt.
Yeah.
A lot of times they have things like NVIDIA earnings, and you already know what that does to Nasdaq. And that's a big part of Nasdaq. So if they come out good, You know, it's going to be good. If it come out bad, it's going to be bad, so on and so forth. So just something to be aware of.
Nvidia is now the biggest asset, isn't it, in the world?
I think so, yeah.
Like 3 trillion.
Yeah, I think so.
They are the biggest now, aren't they? Yeah. Once that bubble bursts, it's not looking like the Bitcoin bubble's going to burst so far, anyway.
FOMC statement. All this stuff is tonight? My time or your time? Nope. Fine. Oh. Gotcha. I don't think it... I've never heard of this stuff being at night. Is that your time night? It's 1300. Okay, yeah, so that won't be night. 1300 would be one. It's one? Normally it's at 2:30. Yeah, 1300's one. Normally it's at 2:30. It's at 2, and then he actually speaks at 2:30 or something like that. FOMC normally. All right, see you in a minute, Paul. 1 minute, guys. Make sure you either secure your position, take profit, something. Not sure how much difference it's going to make, but just in case. No, nothing. Nothing, guys. Nobody seems to care about whoever's supposed to speak. You are exactly right. For whatever reason. Doesn't seem to make any difference at all. Going up, yeah. You already tested the previous ceiling. Okay. A doji in the middle. True test. Well, it was. It was a true test already. That was a stinky touch. I don't know about all that. Just a touch. I'm sitting here trying to adjust this thing, guys, so that's why everything's moving around. Yep. Right. Now I can just input them in as I take them. I figured that maybe that was the better way to do it, guys, by actually keeping track of, you know, whatever trades are taken today as well, rather than just the full stream, because a lot of people always want to know what we've done today thus far, so I'll just keep a running total up top there. Yeah. Yeah, GC is just banging around. Shorts, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Simple but not easy. Absolutely. The hardest easy way to make money, right?
To be honest with you, G Flocky, as I just stated there, this reality has said many a time, crypto is easier to trade than what we're doing here. That is indisputable. It's indisputable. I've tried both sides of the fence, and I can tell you, crypto's hell of a lot easier. It's just not the fact that you can be guaranteed that you're going to get paid at the end of the day. That's the only reason that I switched now to gold, but I'm switching back to crypto just as another income source because, well, I have to. But it's definitely easy.
Easier but higher risk, if that makes sense.
Yes, well, but reality. Reality, can you explain to me how Z enters his trades? because anytime you post a chart, there's like 10 million little signs and stuff. Whereas I just take his signals and then I look for my entry, and then I drag it with a stop loss. What does he do?
Yeah, what he does is he looks for essentially a POI, right? An area of overextension. So once you get there, if you're shorting, right? So he's looking for vector candles into, you know, a POI. So you're going to say vector candles into resistance with liquidity to recover below, and he's looking for reversion of the mean. So what he'll do is he will start laddering in at his first thought of where resistance is going to be. So essentially he'll buy at your first resistance and continue to place orders as it goes against you, and then start getting out as they come back into profit.
Okay.
Yeah, he ladders everything. See, yeah, that's just the way he trades, and yeah, there is no difference between DCAing and laddering. I mean, you can say it however you want, Chief Lucky. Some people will say that DCAing means that you're averaging your entry by putting on bigger size as you get in. Laddering could be referred to as just entering as it goes against you rather than actually calculating your entry value. So that's the only way that you could say it's maybe different, but essentially it's the same thing. You're adding position as you're in the red. And a lot of people that trade over extension reversion of the mean are going to trade that way, Paul. Basically what they'll do is I mean, it's hard to show here, but let's just draw it out. Let's just draw it out real quick. Let's say that this is what we're looking for. We're just going to go that long. I guess I don't have a we'll just put supply so it's just red. There you go. Okay, so here's what we're looking at, and you get yourself a big nice vector candle into this area, right? So you get yourself a vector into it, and now since you've hit your area just as you plan to, right? You got wicked in here, you've entered, right? When you hit this area, next candle comes in, you know, opens up, maybe pushes down a little bit. We're always gonna have a bottom wick, comes up, and then we break the highs. Say this is your next candle. Looks a little something like this. He'll enter again. You know what I mean? And if this is our next area, let's just say that this yellow line's it. This is our next area. You know, that's our ideal spot again. I've got short POI. Could have did it that way. Either way, it doesn't matter. We'll put another red box there. Then what you will do here, and we're not going to go down first. Everybody knows where we're going. Is something like this. And now you enter again here, right? So saying you entered here, saying maybe you put another entry here, expecting that it flips down or whatever, or in this general vicinity, and now you've entered here. Well, now your entry should be about here. You know what I mean? So as you start rejecting from here, let's say you got top wick again, come back down, we got a bearish candle. Now you are essentially in profit now, even though your first entry was here. You basically laddered in as price went against you. So now you're in profit, and will continue to be in profit, and bigger profit, or however you want to look at it, as the move happens back down into your area. So some people trade that way. I've never been a big fan of it. Now, if you like to hold positions that go against you, it's a good way to get back in. Another thing you can do, though, if you're just trying to get these positions, is just kind of cut and wait for another area to try to get involved in, you know what I mean? And then bring it back down. But obviously you'll take a loss that way, and it's all in how you look at it, right? Because once you start building into one of these positions and it does break above what you're planning on, saying instead of that red candle right there, you know, you get something that looks a little more like this. Well, now you could essentially be taking a decent sized loss at this point, rather than, you know, maybe the smaller two losses. Let's just say if you would have went ahead and took your stop here, let it run, it re-entered, and then took your stop here, to where you built into the position up. But your payday's better if it goes your way too. So saying the green candle never happens, your payday is much better now, because now you've got bigger size built in. And that a lot of that has to do with how you trade from here to here. You understand what I'm saying? If you only put on, let's say that your full position you have on by the time you get up here, well, that means you probably only got, you know, a third to a quarter of your position on when you actually get to this first area that you're expecting it maybe to go down from. And so it gains you that, and it also gains you the fact of you can jump in a position a little earlier than, you know, somebody waiting for that perfect entry. So there's a few things you can gain, a few things that you lose at the end of the day if, you know, it goes sideways, you know, goes sideways on your plan, not necessarily price going sideways, but it actually goes to where you take a stop. Now everything has, you know, turned into an issue. But DCA and Chief Lockheed, just so you know, it's basically you are putting on a contract and then you're dollar cost averaging what your next entry should be in order to be at the entry price that you'd like it to be at. So if you put on, say, a quarter here and then 2 quarters here, you know what I mean? Now it brought that entry price way up because you put on more size once it got up here for your short. So it brought your price as dollar cost averaging in, so your short is better. Isn't this spray and pray? Yeah, I mean, you take a lot of positions. You could call it spray and pray. Yeah, I mean, it's, but there's always an idea behind the madness, right? So it's just all on how you prefer to trade it. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't mind adding a position if things go my way, or the stop loss is not massive. Normally there aren't any. Normally the guys that do that don't use stop losses.
Really?
So, yeah, they don't have stops now. They may close a position, but they don't use stop losses. So just say that I was short from an area like this, which, you know, I don't trade this way, so I wouldn't be short from an area like this. But just say that I did short from an area like this and I got a candle like that came next, and just say you're still involved. I would re-short this thing if I got a wick that came up like this and then a candle that closed. So say like and I know I've tried to show you guys this before, and it's super hard because it's hard for everybody to wrap their head around exactly how this works. So you get something that's kind of like that, and then you get a close below again. So essentially, say this candle build up, put a top wick first, and then came, barely broke the low like it did there, then came back up. If you were still in this position, if you're saying that this is a decent position, then I'm in drawdown. This candle comes in and reconfirms the fact that I'm looking for a short here. So on this candle right here, when it moves up, puts this top wick, and then, of course, that'll be green. I'm not going to change colors just for that. And then flips this candle, I will re-enter another position. So the entry is going to be better than the one that I took here. because this was the flip of the candle, so the entry was there. This one's going to be a little better entry. I'll double up there, probably clear out about half the position once we recover that wick, and then, you know, run the rest as it goes down. So those are things that I trade, you know, now and again. And again, it's all about being able to manage that just the same. A lot of times it'll be at entry, sometimes it'll be above entry. You know, there's no telling to it, but that's something that I will take advantage of and add another position in. My thing is how I look at adding a position in. And again, it's all on how you want to look at it. But for me, it's okay, if I was not in a trade right now, would I enter? If I had no trade open, because that's how everybody looks at it. They're like, well, I'm already in trade. If you had no trade open, would you enter here? Was there a setup and entry that you'd take there? And if there was a setup and entry, then yeah, I'll add another entry to it. You know what I mean? And that's just the ABCs. And you could do the same thing going into profit if you prefer. Not anything that I've really done, but if I'm sitting there at entry, stalled, or, you know, into drawdown, whatever the case may be, and now I've lived through the drawdown, and it's, you know, gave me an opportunity that I would have entered that position again. Yesterday was a very good example of that. Again, not saying that we were trading that. Where were we yesterday that we were trying to yesterday's candles? I was trying to remember where we took the trade yesterday. I think the candles always look so much worse after the fact. I think the entry was somewhere in here. Anyway, this was one of those things that you could have did the same thing on. I think it was on the 30 that we took it.
Yeah,
I think it was here. Something in here. Anyways, there was a couple different entries yesterday, and that would have been one of them opportunities. You could have got in, took TP1, instead of going to break even, you could have let it come back up, re-entered again, and I think there was actually 3 entries that would have played out yesterday. I don't remember off the top of my head. The candles look so much different than they did when they were building, and that's G Flocke always asks me, well, show me how it was from the build and the candles. There's no way to show because now all I see is candles, you know. I know everybody else is always looking at this, and all this is what makes sense to them. To me, this is just a whole bunch of candles. What makes sense to me is what's happening right now. These candle buildings is what, you know what I mean? The candles actually building is what makes sense to me. This right here is just for me to see a range. That's all I look at. I'm not really paying attention of what candle broke what low or what high, or where higher highs are or lower low. I don't care. It makes no sense to me. I mean, it's not that it doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no difference. What do I care what happened, you know, this morning, and how they're making higher highs, lower lows, all these things, or what people are seeing? It doesn't matter to me. I see a range here. I saw that this is where we were trading and we broke out. That's, you know, that's all I'm really looking at the end of the day. Only looking for range and past market structure. Yeah, exactly. Oh, dang it. I didn't see Jeff say he was leaving. I do this every time. But yeah, I mean, that's just what I look at when I'm looking at it, right? So everybody can do it with whatever they want, but that's just what I see. So going back and looking at the trades and going over the trades that we had yesterday, you know, it just, I can't make a whole lot of sense of it now because the candles have already played out. So setups are already gone essentially from what we saw yesterday. You don't remember your trades? No, they're all the same thing. G Flocke, how's that possible? What is there to remember? There was a setup, there was an entry. That's, I mean, what is there to remember? That's it. You won. You take the trade, you won. No, I mean, you said you don't remember the trades. Comes and goes. What? No, I mean, I don't remember where I know what you're asking me, I guess. when the candles change, the trades aren't there anymore. The setup's not there, so it doesn't stick out to me. That's the problem, because the candle already played. Just like the one from this morning. You can look at the same thing this morning, right? The trade was like here, but it doesn't make any sense now because I have no idea where the high of this candle was. Why? Because that's the candle that was traded. Where was the high, you know, before the entry was taken? I don't know. How are you going to know that? Candles moved now. Might have been where it is, I guess. I just know that there was no top wick on this candle. That's the biggest reason that I remember this specific setup. The reason that I didn't care for it was a wick missing here. And you can look at this string of candles and see the one that has a wick missing. That's the only reason I realized that that was the entry candle at the time. Right? Because there's something that super sticks out with it. So when the candles are building, right, it's a whole different scenario. This candle looked different. The current candle we're on right now, right? This candle looked different 10 minutes ago than it does right now. So if there was a setup in this candle, we wouldn't be able to see the setup now. And that's why I try to say that it's so hard to go and back test, because when you back test, all it does is spit candles out. You don't get to see them build, it just spits candles out. Replay works anyway. Clear. Okay. Yeah, if you have tick by tick replay, but who wants to do all that? Yeah, who wants to do all that though? I don't think I got time for all that stuff nowadays. You? Well, I'm glad you got time. I don't have time for all that. And here's this area we were talking about here to the left, guys. And she looks like she is going to get up there. This is tough. We're coming into 11. Yeah. For you guys that caught the trade earlier, absolutely great. I don't know about any of the rest of this stuff, guys. I will be 100% honest. It is kind of ugly. Man, you've got this big block here that we've got to get through next. So, last consolidation area, right? Or we go up and put a wick on that candle. And trying to get through that, you know, at 11. Could be tough. Could be tough. Exactly. Well, this isn't the worst trading area right here. I didn't realize it was so big. It's about 50 ticks there. Oh. No, it's not. It's like 30, 40 ticks. Yeah, not super. Not super.
You broke our box.
Yeah.
We're above it now, so we need to see what happens after this.
Yep. Yep, and that's where that one should be. So you should be able to trade back up there if it closes above. If what is he saying here? The current candle wasn't actually the worst thing. Okay to take, but I don't remember how it built. Current candle wasn't horrible per se, but the biggest problem was our ceiling was close, just like Paul just mentioned. The box was, we were in it. I mean, so essentially this is going to be the you know, the telltale sign of whether it's going to break and roll up or not.
And
You're
we have
already in it?
put a wick on one of those candles.
Yeah. You're in it right now before the 30-minute close, Chief Locke? Oh, okay. You said I'm in it. That's why I'm already in it. I was just trying to figure it out. Here's the wick up. This is going to be an interesting move here, honestly. I'll probably put in a high, put in a low, and then re-break the high. I think we closed below. Very close. Yeah, right at it. Right at it. Wife's colors. Right at it, it closed. That is interesting. Yep. Okay. Made a move up, disrespecting that level once before. And again there. Similar to that. Yeah. What time was this? 8 hours. 2100. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting here. Jeez. Made it all the way down to that level. Man, why have we not been watching that today? Myth even came in this morning and said Nasdaq was moving. And it was then, but then it just kind of went sideways. Man, it's been moving. Jeez. Okay, G Flocky. See you later, man. See you tomorrow.
Here's G Flocky. Chat later.
have the biggest chart time ever. What did I miss? What was he talking about? I thought he left. Oh, guess he did. I don't know. Gotta tell you, gold did move today, though, guys. I will say that. Not a whole lot of entries, sadly, but she did move a lot. He's always rewatching all the streams. I just saw that he said that. He spends all kinds of time rewatching all these streams.
See the point?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, I mean, Jeff and the wife are both trying to, you know, pull the parts out that, you know, are the important parts of the stream, which is super good for, you know, the people who are trying to get the key points that, I mean, some of them that don't watch the streams, obviously, but I mean, like G Flocke, Meal Before Jim, oh, he's still here, yeah, on YouTube, but yeah, like G Flocke, he could be watching them key points rather than having to watch the whole entire stream. It just seems like a lot. I mean, a lot of times, unfortunately, and I'm not trying to bore everybody or whatever, but there's a lot of hours that pass that really is not anything that happens. And I mean, again, I don't want to try to keep people from watching any streams that you haven't watched, but there's a lot of time that there is no substance, no nothing. I wish it was all entertaining. That's part of the game as well. Exactly. I wish it was all entertaining and running fast, and everything was great, but it just doesn't work that way in reality. It'd be nice if it did. Oh, nice trade. Just saw that. Good job, good job. Nice, Paul.
I went on the reality hack on
beautiful
gold. I think posted the chart there. I just got out by 24 bucks. Just the hell with it.
$24 is good though. Not bad at all.
Very happy with it.
Absolutely.
I actually meant to run 2 contracts on that.
Do you? Well, are you doing it on Ninja or?
Hey.
Say what, Paul?
Sorry, I thought you asked about Ninja. I was going like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're running.
Else?
No, I was asking you. Is that how you trade? Is okay. So you just use an ATM, right, or no?
Yes, I've tried working around with them, but it doesn't seem to do what I want. So I generally just do a manual entry.
Gotcha.
I will get around that somewhere.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Like I said, it just depends on how you want to do it. The wife's, she got all fancy, and she's got one that enters and runs a trailing stop loss and all these things. I essentially manually do everything. The only thing that I like about the ATM is the fact that my entry, gives me at least a take profit and, a double stop loss with 2 contracts on my 50Ks. So, I mean, that's really how I prefer it. So. You can see this though. See how, and you guys can see the book map, right? See how your stops are down here? These are everybody trying to long this thing, or your orders, however you want to look at it, right? These are everybody trying to long this thing.
Yeah.
Every time it goes down, you're going to see the same thing. You're going to see these people try to long it. And you're going to get a reaction off these orders like this, right? Whether it holds or not, I don't know. But you're going to see this on every one of these down pulls. So everybody always says, well, they short the retraces, so you're short, right? It retraces and you short again, but nobody realizes that the retraces are all because the other guys are longing in order to, catch the falling knife. So that's where the actual retrace comes from, right? I would assume that it'll probably break through here because it didn't really go anywhere on the way down. Nothing else going on, so we might as well take some looks at this. But that would be my thoughts as we get big sell orders here and it breaks through this block of orders. Trying. There it is. See? And there's that breakthrough. See how that was different than before when we got the bounce there? We were looking at the orders and looking at how it bounced. And now this one actually fell through. That's because we came down, hit it, made this little bounce, little bitty reaction, and then came back down. So you realize these are just people hoping that that's the bottom, and essentially people buying this area of market structure that didn't hold, you know? So I do believe you can use, you know, a book map to understand things like this for sure. Understand where your orders are and understand how it moves from said orders, right?
Or $17 made. Thank you very much, Reality.
Beautiful,
you said
beautiful.
It broke through that. I literally put on a couple of micros. That just scalped it down, got $17 and got out.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But you see the difference in the reaction, right? Like that's why I always say, and there's tons of people that say, okay, and I mean, I'm not saying that this trade is wrong, guys. You know, tons and tons and tons of people trade this way, but there's all kinds of people that trade long because it's going to come down and hit this. So essentially, here's your area, and when you see that on Bookmap, you're going to see the order sitting there. So here's your area. So as soon as it taps whatever, they've already got a order sitting there for, you know, what they expect is going to be a bounce. That's what I talk about. And again, there's people that trade it, so don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on nobody. That's why I say I trade reactions, not predictions. Because a prediction saying, okay, right here I'm going to have a long order because I believe that's going to bounce here. And then it comes down, and as we saw, then it bounces and comes down and hits their stop. To me, that doesn't make sense. Now, to other people, it makes all kinds of sense, you know. For me, that just doesn't make sense. I want to see the actual reaction of this level and a reason to get involved. You know, if we print a candle to where it's held, everybody's went long as we know they will, and then just came down and grabbed their stops and we're going to go up, then absolutely. Maybe I'll take a long up there. You know, we're getting back into liquidity sweeps or inverse head and shoulders or turtle soup or whatever you want to say, but you want to see that reaction happen before the move up, or see it fail so you can go down. Be right back, dog. Okay. See you in a minute. But that's why I always say I trade reactions, not predictions, because I don't just trade a level when it comes down to level. Can you be successful doing that? Yeah, all kinds of people are. It's just not how I prefer to trade. I want to see the orders build, guys. I want to see the orders build so that we have stop losses, so that there's something to take advantage of, you know? And then the reaction to that, you know, that level or range or whatever you want to say, the reaction of those orders building is what I'm looking to get involved in, because I want a quick push, you know? Could this come here and maybe they've got their stop losses, you know, in an area where maybe they do end up taking profit or something when it moves up. I don't know. I don't have a clue. But for me, I want that quick movement down, you know, something similar to what Paul just took with it running through them orders, you know. Does anybody have any questions today, guys? You're back. Hey, Myth. Hey, Myth. No, there hadn't been really anything. There hadn't really been anything past earlier this morning. That trade this morning was the only one. I'm gonna keep track of it here up top now. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of slow now because it's after 11, so... Yeah, I'm going to start keeping track of the daily, the daily trades. So I kind of put it there at the top of the chart. So from now on, people kind of get an idea of what it is. And I'll keep them in as we go. Also, what was the one things this morning? Was it the really risky one you were saying? Or another one? The one this morning, Asif, was the no wick. It's right here. There was no top wick. So for me, a stop loss would have had to been up in this area just because there was no top wick on this rather than keeping the short stop loss there was. For those that took it, it was a beautiful trade because the stop loss was only like 12 ticks. And you could have been, if you followed that set of rules, it was decent. But for me, with no top wick on this candle, that always has me anticipating that we're going to put a top wick on here. So for me, the stop loss didn't feel safe. You know what I mean? But the trade played out fine. It was 20 ticks, like I said. That's why I'm keeping it up at the top. What I'll do is I'll try to do that every day from now on, because not always do I take these trades first off, but number two, everybody always wants to know if we're taking any trades today or not taking any trades or so on and so forth. So from now on, I'm going to keep it up top, and I'll just put the number. Yeah, I'll just put the number beside it. We'll see if this works the way I've set it up right now. I figure I'm all new at this, guys. Play will be cool. Yeah. Yeah, this is all kind of new to me. We just got a stream overlay. I don't know how long you've been here, Myth, but I've only been live streaming, publicly since the beginning of the year, and I didn't really have a lot of idea of what I was doing. Basically all my live streaming prior to that was mostly just in the VC and stuff like that, just trading with people in the VC and stuff. That was it. So moving up to this has been a huge change for me, and trying to keep control of all the platforms and using OBS. And the overlays are they're new because I didn't even have an overlay before. I just kind of shared my screen and went on, so it's been a work in progress since the beginning. I assume maybe I'll get better at it as time goes, but I try to do everything that I should for this sort of thing. Definitely not a pro at it. I'm a super amateur, Myth, so it's not my strong suit, but I try. So yeah, I just kind of change it up a little bit so it just says today's trades up top. And I put short and long, and what I'll do is I'll erase the number. And then if we take a trade, I'll just add the number to it. And we'll go from there. If we take multiple trades, then maybe I'll have to change it around a little bit or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out as time goes. I may change something around. I don't know. But as of now, this should work. So then at least people know what trades were drawn up and what trades were, working, so that they can go back in the stream and catch them or pull them out. Jeff likes to do a lot of, he does like clips from the stream and stuff like that. And the wife likes to pull clips off the stream too. So this will make it a whole lot easier for them to find things too, because the trades will be posted up top on every live stream. So those guys that want to see how the trades work out, they can just go back and actually find it. Now that it's listed up top, you'll always know. So that's the plan. Now I just got to keep up with it. Does anybody have any questions today, guys? Anything? Questions, ideas, thoughts? Live streaming for about just over 7 hours now, so I think I will probably shut down for the day, but if you guys have any questions or anything else. Awesome, if that answered your question, right? I want to make sure before I go it made sense to you, right? Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure. Anybody else have anything? Yeah, also have a great one yourself. Alright guys, on that note, Smith, have a great day. Asif, Sonia, Sonny, I'm not sure you're actually there. Paul, I think you might be dealing with the neighbor's dogs. Alex, I didn't even realize you were here. Have a great day. Dad Echo, I know you're out there. You'll ping in here. I always forget because I never see your name anywhere, but I know you're out there. Have a great day, guys. YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, everybody have a great afternoon, evening, or night wherever you are, and I will see you guys first thing tomorrow morning, 4:30 a.m. NY time. Have a good one, guys.